What's happening, y'all? We are back. Um, my bad about yesterday. My computer died all of a sudden. Um, it's just old as hell, and it had battery, but the battery drains real fast when I'm streaming. So I don't know. It just crashed on me and power went off. So that's why the stream yesterday got cut short. But we are back. Um, as of right now, I have 95% battery, so we should be okay for a little while, at least probably like 30 minutes before I have to charge this guy up. But today, um, a lot going on today as usual. But today is going to be more so focused on, not more so focused on anything, but we're going to start off today with calling Victor back. So Victor just texted me. Victor is founder of Trinity Neurons. So he just texted me and said that he has an offer for me. Um, and he called me about it earlier. I told him I'd call him back in an hour, and that was almost exactly 1 hour ago. So I'm gonna call him back and see what he's got to say. Um, you know, I would like to come to an agreement, but it's no sweat off my back whether we do or not. Right? If we don't, then if we do, we do. That's great. If we don't, that's fine too. Right? Y'all know I've been talking about. I got a lot of things going on already. Um, so what I mean. It's not gonna really make me any difference. But obviously, I prefer to come to some type of agreement. As y'all know, um, I'm looking for you know significant equity in the company. We're not looking for 5-10%. You know what I mean? We're looking for something higher than that. So I'm about to call him back right now and see what we can come to, see what agreement we can come to.
What's up, bro? My
Nothing much,
stomach.
bro. What's going on?
Look. Every time I travel, when I come back, I like to detox. Right now, my stomach is like grinding. So I took some, that thing that I showed you that I usually take.
Yeah, the 15-day cleanse. I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took two of them. So, can I call you back in 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure, bro. Yes, it's yeah, no
Okay,
worries. All right.
awesome. I'll call you back 10 minutes, please. 10,
Uh,
15, maybe half an hour.
all right. I'll talk to you soon. All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. So, you dealing with stomach issues, stomach pain. It'd be like that sometimes when you're trying to flush out your system. Uh, but yeah, man. While we're waiting for him to call me back, y'all know we still heads down looking for a job. Uh, I've told y'all, why. You know what I'm saying? The full time entrepreneur is looking for a job. Um, and that is because we starting back from square one, man. We gotta start from square one. Um, I feel like I can't really do the things I'm trying to do with these different businesses and stuff if I don't have a stable income. You know what I mean? So that's why we're back to square one. And again, that starts with a job. Like I told y'all yesterday, I'm trying to be I call it being overcompensated. So, um, that basically means I want to be paid more than maybe my experience or whatever says I should be paid. You know what I'm saying, by my next employer. So, um, I'm essentially trying to double up. What I was getting paid in the past, what I've gotten paid, or what I was getting paid in my previous 9 to 5. I'm trying to be, compensated very, very well, so I can have excess cash, right? Excess cash flow to invest in, these different businesses that I got going on. So that's, what I'm trying to do. But again, step A is just getting the quote unquote good job, um, and taking it from there. So anyway, we'll continue, applying for jobs today. We're gonna focus on volume again today. Probably today and tomorrow, we're going to continue to focus on volume. If I don't get more interview requests coming in, like if I don't feel like I've got enough interview requests coming in over the next few days, like after today and tomorrow, really after probably today, then I'm gonna make some adjustments and we're gonna be more aggressive. We're gonna do things a little bit differently. I'm gonna make some adjustments, do things a little bit differently to um, try to get more interview requests coming in. Right? Y'all see what I'm talking about. We're gonna really switch it up. We're gonna be very uh, today. It's the main thing we're doing with that. With the website agency, I'm going to send the latest design back, right? See what he thinks about it. If he likes it, then we'll go ahead and move forward with development. And obviously, if he wants development, send that to him now, actually. And then, um, the sports agency, I told y'all, I think I told y'all yesterday that I had an pretty sure I went through it yesterday, but, my relationships with a few different people to close my first NIL deal as an agent, as a sports agent. So I don't know if y'all know or not, but what? So I have I know a relationship with Ricky. So Ricky is, um, him and I go back, I guess, a couple of years, 2, 3 years now, and we're both, just entrepreneurs. Like we're very have similar mindsets in terms of entrepreneurship and whatever, and that's how we connected. And the past, I guess, year, maybe longer now, he's been like building relationships with the founders of large brands. um, and one of them, I can't say the brand names right now, but one of them is a really large brand. It's a brand that I actually buy their stuff myself. I can, um, and that's the brand that I want to uh, try to see if we can if I can create an NIL deal with for a college athlete. So my idea is to reach out to Ricky, okay, and basically explain to him what I'm trying to do. Look, I have this idea to create, to create this NIL deal between Dude Wipes and a college athlete. Um, and I think it would be a win-win-win for myself, for you, and for Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes wins because they continue to the athletes gonna help them grow their brand. They're gonna be posting on social media and helping them grow their brand and make more sales and that type of thing. The Ricky wins because I plan on letting him keep the majority, if not all, of the revenue from the deal, from when the deal closes, for him helping me get the deal done, right? The reason I want to do that is because that's going to incentivize him to actually help me. If I ask him to help me get the deal done, and I'm not going to and I'm going to keep a majority or all of the revenue from the deal, whatever, he's not going to be incentivized to talk to talk to the company that he knows, the founder of the brand that he knows, right? But if I let him say, if I say you can keep the majority of the revenue for the deal, like it's basically going to be your deal, then he's going to be more incentivized. He's going to want to get the deal done, right? He's going to have a strong desire to get it done, right? He's going to be excited. So that's why he wins. And then I win because I'm going to continue to or I'm going to gain credibility, right? I'm going to have, I'm going to gain credibility as an agent, right? Um, and that athlete is going to tell all his friends and people he knows or whatever. He might post on social media and vice versa. I post on social media. I'm going to gain notoriety, credibility as a sports agent. And then I'm going to start getting more inbound leads, right? People are going to reach out to me trying to help, trying to basically wanting me to be their agent. You know what I mean? So, and help them, secure a deal, NIL deal. So that's how I win. And so yeah, that's what I'm gonna reach out to Ricky and try to do, right? So he's gonna, again, I'm gonna leverage his relationship with the brand and he's going to basically lead the negotiations with that brand, right? Because they know him and they trust him. And then on the opposite end, I'm gonna reach out to a couple people I know, George and Gerald, um, and basically let them know, hey, I have this large brand who's looking for a, high school or college athlete, with, you know, millions of followers and tons of engagement. They're looking for an athlete to be an ambassador for their brand, right? Secure an NIL deal. They George and Gerald, or George is an agent, right? So he's already an agent. He's kind of like a mentor to me. And then Gerald um, has relationships with, definitely with the high school, like the top high school recruits. But also, I think he knows quite a few like college recruits as well. You know what I mean? So both of them basically have a larger network than I do. Like they know a lot of the top recruits already, right? And basically, I'm gonna go to them and say, hey, I got this large brand that's looking for a high school or college, top high school or college recruit. Can you help me out? You know any players that'd be interested? And if you do, go ahead and send them my way. Um, so they'll be like, yeah, sure, right? I know both of them, so they'll send me that athlete my way, and and then I'm gonna connect that athlete with, with Ricky and that brand. You see what I'm saying? So, um, that's how I plan to close my first NIL deal. Um, and essentially all I would have had to do, the only thing I would have had to do, is make 3 phone calls, right, to get it done. Um, phone call to George, phone call to Gerald, and another phone call to Ricky. So, um, but George or Gerald is gonna help me get the athlete, and Ricky's gonna help me get the brand on board, right? I would just be the middleman, right? But again, I get that credibility, that notoriety, and can kind of establish myself as a sports agent at that point. Like I'm established at that point, right? I'm stamped. You get me? So um, that's what this is about, and it should snowball from there. You see what I'm saying? Like once I do that one, like I've shown that I can get the job done, and it should snowball from that point forward. In terms of me, being able to generate deals for other NIL deals for other prospects. So that's the plan. What we're planning to do on the sports agency side of things. Um, I reached out to Ricky yesterday. So of course, now that I'm trying to talk business with him, all of a sudden he doesn't respond. He normally respond. I have no idea, bro. Like he's not that guy who you text and he doesn't respond. You know what I'm saying? Like, but as soon as I'm really trying to get a deal done with him, like I said, he doesn't respond. So I might have to call him or something. I could call him. I would call him right now, but I know y'all just heard, right? Victor said he's gonna call me back in a few minutes. So I'll wait to talk to him. And again, we'll see what he talking about. Oh, but that's what we got on the sports agency side. And then um, told you with the start with training neurons, like Victor and I have to come to terms on my role, how large or small my role is going to be, and what how much equity I'm gonna have in the company, all that stuff. Um, so yeah, man, that's what we got. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Um, no, that's it. Um, with the job search, my goal is to find a job within the next, I mean, ideally the beginning of the year, which means I basically got a month. You know what I mean? Um, so we gotta figure this thing out. We gotta figure this thing out. We got to make some adjustments now if we want any hope of getting a job by the new year. But that would be ideal. Like that's the ideal scenario, is that I get a job going into the new year. Um, so yeah. Um, Again, I was gonna pay double on target earnings. So $200,000 base salary. Obviously, if I can get a little bit more, that'd be even better. Obviously, but yeah, that's what I want, base salary, and then um, like double on target earnings. So salary, but my on target earnings is an additional 200,000, which means if I hit all my commission marks, or if I sell everything I'm supposed to sell that year, if I hit my quota basically, then I would make an additional 200,000, right? If I hit half my quota, I would make 100,000, right? So my earnings per year would be 300,000, so on and so forth, right? Um, that's the job I'm looking for, right? I want a base salary that's damn near twice what my old salary used to be, plus having commission um, on what I'm selling, right? Whereas with my last 9 to 5, all I had was that base salary. I didn't have, I was working in product, so there's no such thing as on target earnings and making a commission on what I'm selling and all that. There's no such thing. You know what I mean? So um, that's what I like about pursuing these sales roles, man. That's those are, I'm never, I haven't worked in sales that long or whatever, but um, that's what I'm loving about pursuing these sales roles, like applying and interviewing for these sales roles, is that I didn't realize that sales people got paid like that. You know, um, I didn't realize they got paid like that. At least at large companies. I know smaller companies and whatever, they don't necessarily be getting paid like that. But at larger companies and companies that have more employees and that's really getting that making money, um, those are the companies that uh, offer you the base salary and the commission, or base salary plus commission plus equity, you know. And that's the type of package I'm looking for, not just base salary. That's what I had in my old, like I said, what I had in my old 9 to 5. That ain't gonna cut it no more. That ain't gonna cut it no more. Yeah. I ain't got my shot of espresso in yet, man. Go ahead and get that in and stop playing. I'm also gonna see if my boy Alex can put a good word in for me. That's with the job search thing. You know, see if bro can help me with that. You know, because Alex is at the point in his career where I feel like if he, you know, wants to help out with that, he can. So just talked to him yesterday, wished him happy birthday and everything. You know, he doing his thing and with his girl and everything. So that's good. So, probably see him next week around Thanksgiving time. And then, you know, I'll talk to him about it, see if he can help your boy out with that. Cause I don't want the job search thing to take months and months and months, bro. Like, we don't have that. We don't have that. We don't got timing on my side. I'm trying to do this thing relatively quick. You know, 2-3 months. And we started a couple weeks ago. We try to make this thing happen in a few months, not 6 months. Not 6 months. As far as I'm concerned, that would kind of defeat the whole purpose. All right, so you can call me in 10 minutes. It's already been 20. You know what I mean? I'm concerned you're already playing. Once I start applying for these jobs, we're not accepting any distractions. We gotta get rid of this gut, man. It's crazy. All this like high protein, low fat meals I've been eating, and we still can't get rid of it. It's crazy. Crazy times we living in. No, I'm just playing. I eat kind of crazy 2, 3 days out the week. So far this week, I was eating crazy on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Really, I did a little bit better yesterday. And I say that as I am about to eat some peanut butter and honey. This has become like one of my favorite snacks. Trying to let this my Mac charge up over here a little bit, low key. When I bring it back over here, So I'm gonna go ahead and bring my computer back over here. At 71% right now. Let's see how quickly it dies down. I've already got 20 minutes where it's at 0%. So let's go ahead and jump into these job applications, man. I applied for so many. I don't. Oh, before I do that, I need to send this to Jiro. Hold on. It's in him. The design for his website, like I told y'all. Let me see something real quick, man. I'll share my screen. All right. Let me get to the Figma design link. Yeah, loads. All right. I'm sending this to myself first, and I'm just gonna text him through. Text him on my phone. All right, so I just sent him the design for his website, or the first iteration of our design for his website. Basically told him, we're looking for his feedback. If he wants to make some changes, we'll do that. Or we can move forward. So again, just updating him on that. Sent that to him and waiting to hear back from him on what he thinks about the design. Um, so we can go to real quick so y'all can see one more time what it looks like right now. So we'll zoom in a little bit. Right, so this is where they can search for a player. This is like the player's preview, a preview of their highlights. This is like the after they've checked out, what that page would look like, or after they bought their, basic package or premium package for their highlights, um, their video content, and then you got, you can see featured players here. Kind of got another inspiration here where they can see how much the packages cost. So on and so forth. It's been almost exactly 2 weeks since we started the project. It's actually been 2 weeks and a day. And I told him it would take us 2 to 4 weeks to finish the project. So um, whatever changes or updates he wants to see in the design, we have to do those quickly, and send him back those the updated design quickly, like within 24 to 48 hours for us to get it done, and then and take it from there. So in other words, again, just whatever changes he wants to see, let's make those changes. We'll have to make those changes quickly so we can start development. I assume development will take about a week, but I want to give us about 2 weeks, and we'll take it from there. But we gotta go ahead and get this done. Mm-mm-mm. What else we need to do today? I guess I'll go ahead and jump into these the job applications like I told y'all. Let me stop playing with that. I don't know what all the pages that were open were, so I don't know. Should I open? Okay, yeah, I guess these are. Yeah, those are all the right pages. Restore those guys. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, so let's jump into these job applications. Early applicant page. $300K OTE. That means the base salary is probably around 150. So not terrible, but not what we want. We want higher than that. Get this charger on. The same thing happened yesterday. Happened to me. Computer just died out of nowhere. Let me guess, that's Victor. Yeah, what's
All
going on,
right.
bro?
So I'm in a better space in terms of my metabolism, so I think I can talk now.
Okay, cool.
How are things?
Things are going well. Things are going well. I can't complain. I can't complain. What about you?
You're very lucky. If you can't complain, things are that's amazing.
Yeah,
I want to say the same like you. I'm trying to say the same like you. Hopefully, I can say the same like you.
yeah, bro. I mean, like I said, I'm blessed. I can't complain. Even though I have things that go my way.
Mm-hmm.
And you always have things that don't go your way, but at the end of the day, I'm still here. I'm still here,
Right.
still above ground, still breathing, still healthy. So yeah, I'm
Right.
blessed.
Right. You maybe reminded me of what you just said. That I should echo that a little bit because today I woke up and like, why am I stressed financially? What's making me stressed? So I looked at all the numbers.
Mhm.
Not terrible like I thought. Yes, we had backwards and everything, and very streamlined. Honestly, it's not. We are in a better shape than I thought, and that gave me some hope. But the
Yeah.
reason why I wanted to speak with you was like I thought about. I couldn't stop much, and I was thinking about it, and there were a couple of upfront information that was there that I wanted to revise, and we can have that conversation now. Um,
Okay.
one was there wasn't any time frame on what will be delivered, even though there was a 40% upfront equity that you need. So
Well,
I
the
haven't.
40% wasn't up front. It was still based on performance.
Right, but I'm gonna tell you where my mind is, and we can talk about it.
Okay.
Then also there was also something in the document that was very clear. You wanted if provided the platform is running, right? That
Right.
statement is it's a fact, yes. And that's what I want part of the deal to cover with you. It took it's taking it's I did a lot of cut down on what we built and what can be running realistically without excessive overspending when it comes to the product. And the way I was able to gauge how much we were spending was the $14,000 we incurred from Microsoft. So after downsizing, I can have a clear picture now based on we are 20 days. We are 20 days in from November 1st. So I can see where
Right.
the projection is going, and I also can use the numbers that we be paying monthly to accurately predict how much we are going to spend for running our current operations, which is US stocks, right? We still have two other products that are not product, they're just visualizations, like the accuracy, like the returns we generate for each stock exchanges. Those are running once a day. So in a
Okay.
nutshell, I'm gonna offer. I'm trying to offer for a just think about it. So a total of 30% equity.
Of 30%.
In total, 30% equity splits into two forms. The 10% is a upfront cash of $500,000. Now that could be from you, or it could be from an investor that you're familiar with. But it's an upfront cash that personally automatically vested like you are already in. So, and on the other hand,
Of at least
it promotes
500,000.
yes of a 10%.
Okay.
So I'm moving way, I'm removing way out of the pitch deck, cutting all of that out, and be more realistic on how we can scale from bottom up, which is how the product was built anyway. There's
Right.
a way we can go from bottom up. Everybody will catch up later. We go back to the pitch deck. The pitch deck will make more sense. From now, nobody would want to. They look like it's not possible, or there's no proof point yet. So I'm saying let's do the other way. Let's build from bottom to top, and this is a more realistic way to do it from bottom to top. But I'll explain to you what the 500,000 will be used for. I just want to explain to you the terms. When you sent your document, I reversed it. I did a revision,
Mm-hmm.
but I did not put any percentage. I wanted to think about it. So it was blank. The percentages were blank. What was in the document different from yours was I was thinking of a 3 months, like the time frame has to be 3 months, meaning if we go on the contract, we're expecting that you would have delivered at least one milestone in 3 months' time. Now, to make sure you're not under pressure, because this is not it's not like a gun to your head when you're working here. So I can't say you have to produce in 3 months. That's not fair. So with the 10%, which is the $500,000 is covered, it does remove pressure from me to keep the product running and making sure that we can scale from bottom to top. But at the same time, instead of a 3 months, it becomes a 1 year. Because this 500,000 is a budget for one year budget, and that 1 year, my goal is to grow to make sure this in 1 year time we're in a way better shape compared to where we are right now. And
Okay.
under the assumption we don't even get so much partners. Now, let me just step back to the second part of the deal, which is the 20%. It's at the end of the year, we can have like an annual recurring revenue of just $2 million. So again, I'm going outside of the pitch deck. Yes, one deal, you can bring one deal that will take us to billions, yeah. But I'm just trying to say you're not under pressure now because we have 1 year to build. We already the $500,000 has taken care of the product to make sure it will run, no issues. I will be the one to make sure I will be managing, but at the same time I'll be trading. So the terms of the deal is a 10% for an upfront cost of $500,000, which will be from you or somebody else. If somebody else brings it, that person has a 10%. But because you connected the deal, your 20% is vested at the end of the 1 year. But if you are the one that brings it, then you already have a 10%. Obviously, the entire 30% is with the co-founder title. In my mind, that is critical. Like I believe I spent millions to build this. And so
Yep.
for you to have that title co-founder, I really want you to be vested financially, right? Financially means you will feel the pain. Whatever you're doing, you're now doing it because it's your company and not like on the side. So,
right.
Yeah, so that's really my point. Let me explain to you where the 500,000 would go if I did realistically. The product we spend $65,000. That's how much we will spend in 1 year from November 1st.
Okay,
I
65,000.
down, yes, I've downsized like just running US stocks only and keeping the returns dashboard and the accuracy dashboard, right?
Okay.
Okay. We've also just completed a API as a service. For my trip, I'm starting to see the same amount of rate. A couple of a week or two will be ready. Once we generate the 5 minutes predictions, we have it in our API. A customer can call it every 5 minutes.
Okay.
A financial analyst, like a single person who still wants the data and not our front end. Remember, all what you've been selling was the front end. This model specifically for our data. And now I'm starting to see that from my conversations, a lot of companies, fintechs, they are more interested in the data and they are okay to still keep their current data engineers connect the pipeline as long as they can automate buying and selling using our predictions. Because the likelihood of them getting the exact or more returns is 99.999%. Today, if you buy all US stocks, cumulatively, me10 is 1,500% in 1 month. Basically, you're trading a 1 month model of 1,850 stocks. It's possible if you automate it. Because I'm going to say, once there's a prediction at this time, 125, then you call our data. That's the prediction using 5 minutes closing, 5 minutes price. 5 minutes is good price. Then you can make a trade. Like the same way the predictions will generate the return per day until the trade ends, could be 5, 6, 1 month. The same return you get, as we show on our website, is what that company would get.
Right. So they want to make an API call for
Exactly.
for near real time, recommendations and predictions.
Yes. And this budget, this 65,000 is already budgeted there. And we can scale up. The price is very small. We can scale up, but the scaling up won't be also crazy. We might just move this from 65K to, I can test it now. We might move it from 65K to let's say this is 600. Yep, from 65K to 70K. So it's not even much. Oh, yep.
Okay, that's not too bad.
It's not even. It's not much. It's not much. It's not much. So we're still good. Now I'm also trying to pay off some of the debts that I'm in right now. The product, a lot of the debt that I'm in is as a result of building the product.
Right.
Right. So there is a $77,000 debt, which we can either pay off from this 500K or put it on a payment plan of roughly $5,000 per month. I would prefer to pay it off, right? Like pay it off, and so we can reestablish business credit, especially with Amex. And we can maybe request for more funding that opens up a lot of opportunities for us. So the product OPEX, the debt payment, and my living expense is almost exactly 250K. That will be left with 258. I'm going to take that entire money and put it in the trading account.
Oh, I'm sorry, Victor. So you said 77 debts, 65,000, 65, we'll just say 70,000. So 77,000 debt, 70,000 for the product, right? So,
yeah,
and then what was the other?
Some of the debt is like my ex, she gave me a credit card that I used. In fact, the credit card is still currently being deducted by Microsoft. So that was the credit card that allowed us to get the product back online. So that's $14,000. And whatever amount we must have incurred, I just budgeted $20,000 for R. So that money goes. Currently, I have a $57,000 debt overall. I looked at my credit account today, so my entire debt actually is even more than that. Okay, it's more than that. It's actually $70,000. But let me add it. So it should be 107. I looked at my Credit Karma, but there's a specific business debt that is not in there. Right? It's my personal debt.
Bro got a lot of debt, man.
Damn. $57,400 plus $20,000 that I'm going to give to pay back the credit card for Blessing. That is 77. Then there is a business credit card by Amex where you're owing about 35K there. So overall, debt payment is about 107K. So plus
107.
107K, yes.
Okay.
Now my living expense, I just send money to my son in South Africa, send money to my mom in Nigeria, and I have not done any of that. Usually by now they all should have been paid. But my living expense plus healthcare, I want to treat this entire as a salary. So I'm working for Training Neurons. Training Neurons pays me that is up $99,000, right? As a living expense plus healthcare. So all is left is now a $228,000, which I'm going to put directly into a trading account, and I'm going to blow it up. That kind of money, I'll blow that account up. Like I would. When I mean blow it up, that account in 1 year, because I'll pay attention to it. That account in 1 year, I don't want to overspend, but I will blow it up. So that's my personal way of making sure that I'm trading, keeping the cost very lean, but at the same time, we have, you can sell, the product will be running for you to sell or do whatever you need to do. It will run the entire 1 year. You're not under pressure. And at the same time, the marketing team that we have, I don't pay them, but that gives them the ability to, if we find a customer who's interested, they can sign up. So you're not under pressure on delivery. And if we deliver, this is why I wanted you to invest. If we deliver and it's not even directly from you, it still will count as you. We will still add you as part of you. Basically, you're part of the company when we got to that annual recurring revenue. So it's critical why I really think that 10% investment is from you. So once we start winning in this couple of months, everybody is happy. Did I speak very fast or did you follow me? Because I'm looking at the document here, so I don't know if you followed me as I was talking.
So I'm not looking. I don't have the document in front of me, but I followed you. I believe for the most part.
Okay.
So couple questions. So one, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you are saying that you want to offer 30% equity split in 10% equity for $500,000 of upfront investment.
Yes.
Okay. Whether that comes from myself or an angel or VC. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. With that $500,000, you're saying that you want to essentially split that investment into a few different areas. $70,000, $65,000 to $70,000 goes to the product. So essentially keeping the product U.S. stocks up and running for a year. $107,000 then $100,000, $99,000 for your salary and healthcare.
Right.
Okay. And then the remaining trading.
There's no, I'm not building anymore. I am now a trader, starting with an account of that. But I suppose so I'm going to split my role in three fronts. One, trading, and I know I'm going to trade. One, trading product. In fact, one way that I was thinking was from the trading, I was going to be paying just like a financial analyst. So I'm going to pay the $6,000 to the company monthly.
Okay.
So from the proceeds of the trade, I want to pay back using it as a user. I'm going to be paying the company $6,000. Right. So
okay.
When I say living expense, the $99,000, let's just call it $100,000, becomes my salary for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no tax here, so it's an assumption that we're not taxing anything. It's exactly as it is. And I'm not very sure how that will work with the IRS and tax laws. I'm sure we'll find a way to figure it out. But in percentages, 13% goes to the product as it is, and 21% goes to paying off the debt. 20% goes to salary, myself, and 46% goes to a trading account. And then the proceeds from that trading account I will be paying, and I have to be careful here. Why I'm saying I should be careful in terms of how much I pay, because we're charging, I'm going to put the numbers up so I can be more specific. So I want distribution partners. So we say, okay, see, so tier one, let me just give you the current numbers for tier, specifically for predictions as a service. So tier one is $10,000, $10,560. We're charging $5 per call. A customer will make 480 calls, actually 96 calls per day.
Okay, and $5 per call.
$5 per call. That's $10,560
over the course of a year.
For a month.
Or for a month. Okay, yeah, a month, because it's about $500 a day.
Correct. So that's our lowest. That's our lowest tier. It's for financial analysts or a small firm.
Okay.
And the next tier is for fintech startups. So we're charging them $15 price per call. They call 96 times because they're calling every 5 minutes.
Okay.
Per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 96 calls per day and times 22 trading days. So it's 31,680 for tier 2. Tier 3 is for companies like Acorns. And
large fintechs.
Large fintechs, correct.
Okay.
That is $100 per call, so we're charging roughly $211,200 per month.
Okay.
And the last one is the big tier institutions. They're charging $500 per call. Now, for what I just said, now I have to really think about this because I thought I was going to be tier 1, so I can pay the $10,000 from the proceeds of what we make from the trade. Now that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so now you're essentially trying to figure out how you could pay that money per month.
Per month, yeah, because that gives the company revenue now. That gives the company revenue. And
Right.
so we're kind of winning on both sides, showcasing that we're using it and and the product is making money and the user is making money.
I
So
see.
yeah, yeah. I'm treating myself as a user. I'm not always seeing myself as a user, right?
Right.
So I've moved away from building. When I'm looking at the product now, I'm not looking at like I want to make a change. I'm just whatever chat Neurons tells me, I just do it. Like just 10, 15 minutes ago, I made some personal trades, but the only one they told me I should buy on the, it just told me, first of all, I said what stocks to buy. So it recommended Tesla, I recommended um, AVGO. So I picked on Tesla, then I went to our unusual options page where it will show you the percentage, or the 1% trades on options. Then he flipped. He said, no, you should buy a put. You shouldn't buy a call. Oh, okay. And I'm looking at the screen. It kind of makes sense. There are a lot more calls because we have a proprietary patented framework where we are able to differentiate between basically we are ranking the contracts. And we can tell you which contract has the best edge, has the best size, and has the best urgency.
Right.
So I recommended the Tesla as a put. So I just bought one. In 10 minutes, you're already like 134% up. Now, in the past, I used to leave this kind of trade. Like 90% of the time, I was going to leave it because my account, if my account is less than 25K, I always try not to make that type of trade. I have to wait till the next day. However, with this type of trades, you can't wait till the next day. And that's really how I want to be trading. Where you make that quick 10 minutes trade and I am done. I can go back and focus on still be making the phone calls, still be trying to build the product as a CEO. And I'd come back again and I become a trader 10, 15 minutes every day. So that's how I want to trade.
So you want to be an active day trader for a year.
I won't call it day trader because I will not be monitoring the way everybody monitors. It's a trade where I'm going to know that in 10, 15 minutes time, when I look at my account, it's already going in the direction that I want and I sell.
Okay.
Right. Those trades are very easy to see on our platform. It's just which one are you going to make because you have so many chances to make, you have so many options to make one best chance.
Right.
That's where chat neurons is for me. It's oh my god. Anyway, let's go back to what I was saying. So that's my need.
Okay.
And the upfront cost is super critical. It's like whoever brings it first wins. Like you said, these are fundamental changes that changes a lot. So you're right on one thing when you said your input can fundamentally change the company. That is right. And that's the upfront input that I'm looking for to shake things around. And how did I come to this conclusion? All these costs that I just listed here, they've always been the case. Nothing has, in fact, they're worse than this. I've made it better. So you can imagine how much I have been incurring myself alone for the last couple of years. But now I don't have the capacity to do it anymore. I'm like, okay, I will need another injection, but this time around to be more strategic and make sure that rather than it cost business becomes a revenue generation business at the same time. Because ever since it's been a cost, I just throw money in, and the little I can make from trades goes back in again. And let me see something. So I can pay that money from the proceeds of the trading account. So I can cover the cost of the OPEX cost monthly. So over time, if I do that, on the assumption that there is no cost on OPEX. And once I'm able to also prove that the company has revenue, and at the same time prove that I'm making money from it, because to be clear, we show it now. It becomes a lot more easier to have this conversation.
Yeah.
But I don't have much choices.
Yeah.
Because I would have preferred to have more of the 228,000. Right, but that's where we are. If I asked you to give me $1 million, that sometimes it might be too much. But that would have been a lot more appropriate to drive the type of trade I would have traded. Not to say this is still fine, because it moves me from making a $1,000 trade to $20,000 trade per day. Right?
Right. Right.
Right.
Okay.
I'll stop here.
Okay. So this 500,000 upfront investments, as we've already said, that's for 10% equity in the company. The So where is the other 20%? Because you mentioned 30% equity in the company. So where's the other 20% being allocated?
20% is by the end of 1 year, we've been able to generate a recurring revenue of 2 million.
Okay. By the end of 1 year, recurring annual revenue of 2 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which still includes $65,000 from my personal payment as a user, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
So no, I was just thinking. So 10% equity in the company in exchange for $500,000 upfront investment, and then an additional 20% equity in the company under the condition that we're able to generate $2 million in annual recurring revenue from partnerships over the course.
From
anywhere.
Yeah. Because we have so many forms of revenue.
Yeah. From anywhere within 12 months.
Yeah. I would have said 3 months. I would have said 3 months if I had the OPEX, have the money to run the business and have a lifestyle. And believe me, this product it's a $1 billion product. So I'm sitting here saying, how do I get there? If I'm saying somebody would give me $100 million.
Yeah.
1% doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. That's a hard ask. For sure.
That's 10%, I mean.
Yeah. Very, very hard to ask.
So from this angle, we can build from there. And whoever that is already invested, you're already in. We evaluate again once we now can show we have customers, and the survey becomes a different conversation.
Right. Okay. We're this 10% and 20%, this equity figure, is that doesn't have to happen in this particular order, right? So one or the other could happen before the other. In other words, the $2 million in annual recurring revenue, that could happen before the $500,000 investment.
Yeah, if that happens right now, then we are in, because that money was meant to, in fact, it was meant to be 2 milestones. One might split into 2. One was purely partnership, and the other one was
the investment.
investment from a venture capital or angel investor. So
Right.
so instead of splitting into two, I rather say the $500,000 upfront becomes the investment. Then we have just one milestone. But to your point, yes, if we have to go the other route of generating annual recurring revenue, that money, if it's available today, because we need that money to run the business from today, right now, as we speak. So it's not money we need in 3-4 months later. It's money we need right away to keep operations running. If your ARR starts and it's available, and you are able to get a partner the next week, absolutely. In fact, if you get a Yahoo Finance partnership, you can take the entire 30%. But that's a bigger deal. We don't have to. You don't have to. I don't even need to trade anymore. We can focus on building the business, scaling it. And the reason to trade is while we are in that place of finding customers, how do I survive? How do the business survive?
Right. You're not saying. Right. You're not saying Yahoo Finance specifically. You're saying any deal that is at the same value.
Correct. Exactly. Any deal of those magnitude. Yahoo Finance did $3.7 billion. There are a couple of those kind of deals. TradingView is $3.7 billion.
Right.
TradingView is $5.7 billion. So yeah, deals like that, those are big game-changing deals.
Right.
And this whole thing will flip upside down. We go back to our pitch deck at that point in time. But then, with that type of deal, I will now be chasing $806 billion in 5 years. My goal changes. That we can actually start trying to get $11 billion in a year. That's the target. Very doable.
Right.
Now we have the money and the capacity to do it, to employ the right people.
Right.
The right people. The model that I've created will work 200 million %. I'm good at seeing things and mapping towards it, and it works. An example is the trending neurons or the trending days. How would you think we've created this on a vision 7-8 years ago? It's the same thing. So the model that I've created will 2 million % work. If we have the money, how much are we looking for? The $15 million.
Right.
Yeah. For 2 years. Or 55 million, which is our OPEX for 5 years.
Yeah. Because at that point, you're making enough revenue from the partnership that it's not necessary.
Yeah, we can get the right people allocated to cover those buckets of resources that will get us achieving our goal. Right now, we don't have that. So I'm like rethinking what I would get in this one. It was a low one for me. We had an investor who contacted me and said, okay, they've paired you with an investor. And I sat, they will allocate a room for you and allocate where you can sit. So in front of your investors, and you see so many startup founders and their investors. What was painful is I sat there, everybody there was sitting with an investor. They sat and they said, it's like an orchestrated action. What happened was orchestrated. It was just meant to make me feel that way. And
meant to make you feel isolated.
Yeah, so I got up and I looked around, and I got disconnected directly from the event immediately. I felt like I wasn't welcome at the event, and my exhibition was the next day. But that the work I worked, it was around 4 o'clock. People were still, and then I walked. It's a long walk. That walk was the longest walk. Like my brain was off. I had to walk outside where there were like 10,000 people, but I couldn't see people. It
Hmm.
was a low moment. And the only reason we can get to that kind of moment is where we are we don't have this type of numbers growing from bottom to top. Conversations are easier. If we do a great job, most likely we don't need an investor. I see it a lot. I see it a lot. I can't forget the day I put it. It was $900. I bought. The market was out. Something was offline for about 5 days, and I recall that AMD has been on like trending three on the short term because I had the memory that I knew the day the cutoff went off was the 5th of March, September. So I had a mental picture of where AMD trend days would be. So so on the weekend I bought in the morning, just like this, I bought a $900 four calls. Because I said this should be picking up anytime soon to trend day one. Because whatever goes up goes down, whatever goes down goes up. Once a stock is trading way above its average trend days, the likelihood of the stock reversing is 99%. So a different trend. So that was the idea. But I didn't see the product. That's why sometimes luck. Sometimes they say luck. Because I wasn't looking at the product. We're offline. And that was what happened. Before the market closed that day, my $900 became 400, but I did not sell it because I've already lost 50%. Usually, what I see is going down, either I sell or I calculate how long do we have before the trade expires. And because I made a trade on the Friday or Thursday evening, the Friday morning, I knew that I had another week for the trade to really materialize. And guess what? On Monday morning, that exact trade became 50 times, became $21,000. I sold it at $20,000 plus.
Wow. Okay.
This is, and I have, like, I even did one recently while I was in Lisbon. This was Google. So the possibilities of making this type of trades is easier with the product we have. So yes, we can start with a $228,000. That amount can become $10 million. Now you can ask me why have you not done it? There was no way I would have been able to do that kind of thing when you were not. This level we are in the product is the most stable, consistent we've ever been. Because last year, I'm always adding or changing or building. So it was difficult to be fully trading while the product constantly goes through changes. And yeah, there was also a drawback. I wouldn't say it is, I'm regretting with managing 40 other products and trying to scale to the entire world was kind of difficult to maintain as well. Because remember, we have 40 products.
Right.
Right, today we only have one. Then it was 40. So we were managing all of that. And at the same time, I still was getting success. I would still make a trade. And also the way I was trading was different. Last time wasn't like this. Now I'm trading with small to expecting a lot. Then I was trading with a lot. And when I lose a lot. I would trade with $10,000. I'm expecting a $2,000 profit. On the other hand, or something even less than that. On the other hand, today I trade with $1,000, expecting $1,000. So it's a different mindset and a different way of allocating trade. And lastly, we did have the edge, the urgency, and the size coming from unusual options. So there is some changes with we did have chat neurons. that's like that has 90% elevated my decision making by far. I trust it more than I trust myself.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I used to trust myself until sharp mirror, and I know the screens that I would trust. There are some screens that are very clear, so I don't need sharp mirrors. I'll just see the numbers. All the green will be very glaring. So when you ask sharp mirrors, the recommended contract will be the same. You know, but some screens are confusing. Like today, like Tesla, where it was predicting Tesla going up short term started today. But at the same time, the short-term Tesla is already 7 days down. So that means we still have days for Tesla to go down on the midterm. So that's in between. How can we say the stock is going up day one when the midterm just started, just 1 week in? So when I went to the options page, short mirrors gave me a better answer. I would probably wouldn't have said what follow the midterm or follow the short term, right? Usually, I like to make sure the short and the midterm are in line, then I follow my short term. But if the short term and the next 3 months are in line, so it depends on all three time frames, which is more glaring that will make you make a short term decision to buy or sell. Those type of decisions is where short neurons is way more smarter than ChatGPT. I should be careful when I say that because it's the same model, just like ChatGPT doesn't have our design.
Mm.
Chat neurons is looking at the design to make a decision.
Right.
So yeah, so my point is obviously God willing, but my point is with this type of money is an upscale way of making larger profits. That the profits is enough to not be under pressure. Because the idea of success and failure when it comes to trading is pressure. Those people with large accounts are not expecting this type of returns I'm talking about. The 2, 3, 5%, they're okay, right? They lose 1%, somebody can be fired because they're trading with a lot of money, right? So
yeah.
I don't know if I was able to emphasize the need of the urgency on the short term. But to your question, if you are able to get a client right now, it changes everything because we will have to now start making sure the client is happy. So our goal is to manage the product to make sure the client gets what he needs to get. And we can now say, go meet another client and say, hey, client A already has a deal with us. You should have a deal with us. It changes the whole mathematics. And I'm even thinking now, we don't need so many now. Like, instead of us being greedy, trying to save the world, like I'm trying to save the world, but nobody's trying to save me now.
Yeah.
So there's no point to say, let's take our pitch deck and save the entire world. Let's save a few. That is still impactful.
Yeah. It's still very in the company. So
Yeah.
what is so you mentioned the urgency behind the $500,000 investment. What is your soon?
If that's what the question, yeah, there are dollar that has to be paid, and some of them are already in arrears as we speak. Like some of these costs are already below payment. One thing that I'm trusting God that I don't get into. I'm surprised yesterday I called some company that wanted to give me business credit, and then they did a soft credit, and my credit was 678. I'm like, oh my God, I thought it would be 500 already, because that's how terrible things have been financially. But the point I'm trying to make is, getting it to 500 means I've defaulted, God forbid, multiple times. Um, it's like I don't know. Like if that's what it takes, man, that's a difficult one to swallow. I was in Paris. Um, I'm glad I did all this trip because they're helpful to make my brain reset. I was in Paris. I met a very advanced couple
Mm-hmm.
in the 70s, 80s.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was explaining to the man because we were in the boat touring, and he just said the kind of things you're saying and the kind of what you built, you can't you can't be broke.
Hmm.
That's a very fair statement. That's a very fair statement.
Yeah.
But this is one way we can build, as a building from the bottom. This is one way we can get there. So we can match. The product is doing what it needs to do. The product standing alone is worth billions of dollars, standing alone. But it will scare people away unless it takes somebody with a good deep insight to see it. And some people like to pay more when they see proof than to pay a little when they just want to see proof. When you see proof, then you can pay $10 billion when you should have just paid $1 billion a year ago, a year before.
Yeah.
So it looks like paying a lot, people don't mind paying a lot as long as you can prove.
You can prove what you're saying, and I think
You prove what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the what you just said. That's the key, right? Like that is the key. When the company is able to, hopefully here, really soon, is able to generate revenue, right, for itself, basically prove the concept. Once it can show proof of concept and generate revenue, right, from the predictions, then the company has all the credibility in the world, right? And the partners are they won't hesitate, right, to to partner up or to purchase the API, what have you. So um, yeah, I think that's it. Like that's the key right there. And obviously that's what we're talking about now. You call it starting from the ground up, and I refer to it kind of more like proof of concept, but it's both the same idea. Um, okay, so the so the 10% equity in exchange for the $500,000. Obviously, you need this $500,000 as quickly as possible. That's what we just talked about. What is the um, do you have a time limit in your mind, if you will, a time limit of when this you would need the $500,000 in exchange for the 10% equity? I want to get your thoughts on that because that's not a small amount of money, as you know. So what are your thoughts on that?
It's not a lot. It's not a not a, what's in my mouth? It sounds like a lot of money, and even though I need $5,000 right now, but it's not really a lot. But to your point, instead of saying that's the whole amount that we need in a year, we can break some things like by two. Like we can say the product OPEX is $65,000 roughly, 65,022. Let's say let's get something for 6 months. So we know the product OPEX is covered for the next 6 months. We can keep that money in an account and make sure once Microsoft calls for it, there's always money there to cover that cost without any issue. So there, that means the debt repayment instead of paying the $107,000 and like clearing it out, we can basically go for the monthly options. So that means we have a $32,000 plus a $4,000, 36, right? And living expense for me, we can also do that 6 months. So I don't have to worry, how will I pay rent or how will I cover monthly needs? But those are all part of pressure that causes decisions that are not good. So basically what I'm saying is we can break it down, but at the end of the 5 year, at the end of a couple of months, we already know that money is allocated for. But who knows? As we're talking in the first 2-3 months, we get a major deal, either as a distribution partner. These conversations are not relevant anymore. Yeah, we already signed a contract, but we don't need the money. The decisions that I'm making right now is from a place of lack.
Yeah.
It's not from a place of like being smart. It's a desperate measure so we can get going, even though that gives away a significant chunk of equities.
Yeah. I understand that. I mean, I understand that's where you're coming from, and yeah, I mean, so to your point,
we can break the amount into, let's say, quarterly. We can break that amount because so each quarter covers the need of that quarter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, to your point, right? Getting the deal, closing the partnership could happen before, like, could happen soon, right? So if that were to happen soon, then the $500,000 becomes essentially irrelevant, right? Like that's you know, it's not really a as much of a need anymore. But what I'm asking you, like aside from like the $500,000, the amount itself, like, are you saying that yeah, we can break it up quarterly, but you're saying you want this $500,000 over the course of 2026?
We can divide that into for each month and so how much do we need? And actually we break things down. Every bucket of allocation of cost, the cost category is doing something to pay upfront what I tend to pay to see the company is generating revenue, right? So let's say living expense without the $100,000 living expense, and this fund is enough to get a deal, basically.
Right.
Not on the trading side. The trading side is that large sum of money helps trade size allocation. But really, I don't want to be a trader if we already have a deal worth $3.7 billion. Why am I trading for? We can go back and build the clever stuff we tend to build. So you have a point. Maybe we can just split that 500 into 4 quarters. So so we know 1 quarter is being covered for, and money is allocated per month. What do you think?
Yeah. So my splitting the $500,000 by a quarter to cover the costs we've covered. I understand that, so I don't have any, you know, honestly, I don't have any question about that. That's clear. I understand that. What I'm asking you is, so a couple of things. One, any deal, not you know, any deal could bring greater and much greater for that matter than $2 million in annual recurring revenue. On top of that, it could also happen. It could also happen soon, right? So at that point, the $500,000 would no longer be necessary,
You can
right?
put it in the clause. We can put it in the clause. We can
In
put
the
it in
cl-
the clause.
right.
Yeah.
You get where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
The $500,000 is no longer necessary if we get the a deal that's north of $2 million or greater, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then the equity would be allocated upon closing that deal. In that case.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can still say vested now because you can't
Or
close
vested.
one deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't close one deal and say the company can go to hell. I already have 30%. We have to invest some percentage, and you part of the company for another 4 years covers the remaining percentage.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's. I mean, I'm not. That wouldn't be fair to the company. So I wouldn't just like one deal and
Well,
go. But yeah, we can put that in. I get you. We can put that in a clause or what have you. That's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
Now,
So
right.
So we'll put that in the clause. The 500,000. So back to 500,000. I understand again. Splitting it quarterly.
I still would want you to be vested. Like that upfront cost can, like you can think about through the culture. Think about that you have some money right now. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
thinking like you have money right now, and you're gonna give us that money so we can survive for another 3 months. Even though you know that you can give us a deal in 1 month's time. The advantage of doing that is the lights will be on and we're not under pressure to sign a contract. If the deal takes 4 months, well, we are now outside the cost to run the next quarter. But the point is, the lights will still be on, and there's no pressure. So there still needs some upfront cost to get us going. But at the same time, you're already vested, you're in. It's another additional motivation. And it also solves one, it puts me at a place that I've always wanted. I've always wanted a co-founder who can invest, put your money. Not just because I need the money, but it in my mind says that yeah, you're a co-founder, but you've there's a pain, something of pain to you is now in the business. But there's so many pain. This product is built pain.
I have skin in the game at that point.
I've seen it, yeah, because I've gone through a lot of pain to get here. When I pain, pain.
Right.
To get here. Yeah. Like somebody who wants to be co-founder should have some skin in the game. The influence you bring in, yes, but also you should feel some pain. Now, am I over asking? I don't know if I am. It's a different types of business because we're not building a social platform. We're building a platform that makes people make money, right? So it's a lot more different compared to if this was like a social app. If it was a social app, that might be in a different category and conversation. But my point is, the money now is not that you are going to be in the skin in the game. It's not going to be helpful right now, today, this week, because it's going to help us move us from A to B. And it's not going to get us to a place where once we are in front of opportunities, we don't have an issue where we can't show it. I'll tell you, it was a strange thing that happened in September when the product went offline. That was when people wanted to see it the most.
Hmm.
Like you can tell, are these people real people or what? Because like it's like a new, we cannot show them. Now they want to see it. So I don't want
Mm-hmm.
us to get to that place of that kind of lack. So the product has to run. Yeah, we were lucky to still have me, right? Where I could still I built this, right? Yeah, there are a couple of people they came in, landed, super helpful. But I know every single line of code here. So I had to go deep, and when Microsoft cut us off, I had to go deep and how do we build a product to still stand and not be feeling shaky? And we were able to do that. We still haven't fully recovered, but it took me a week, 2 weeks. We brought it back. That time is a risky time. So I'm hoping we don't ever get back there again, where we have to lose 2 weeks. Imagine all the, there were some trades that I made, like similarly to a trade I made on Nvidia when I was in Lisbon. I'm looking at the product when I looked at it and I said, oh my God, if I saw the product yesterday, I would have bought the 195 core. That would put me on the plus when Nvidia did their earnings this morning because I would have sold when the market opened. But because I wasn't seeing the product, I went way out of the money at 210. So Nvidia went up. Obviously, the market's in a different place now, but that money, I like to sell around that when the market opens, when there's a big jump. Like, I don't want to be greedy because I feel like God gave that money to me before the market opened. Because anything after then, you're greedy. Right? So my point is that
Yeah.
the product would have made me see that I should have bought 195 because it was showing me today before the market opened that people were betting 182.5. Like the top 1% were betting 182.5 on a put, and also they were betting 195 on a call. Now you can see the price is ranging around both because it went to 195. The price will not go below 182 today. So that's the range.
Right.
So my point is that with training the runs, I would have seen it. I don't want us to get to that point again where we are now blind. We can make trades. We can relevant in today's society. It's extremely important in today's society. Extremely represents the culture of AI in finance. They never wanted to use it. It makes so much mistakes. Now they're all using it.
Yeah, it's
We
commonplace
are,
now.
yeah, we are in the same place where no AI is no way I can use AI for trading. Give them time, they will.
Yeah,
And we're in that space, so it's so relevant today.
I agree.
It will not be fair, and God will not make that happen. God will not make that happen where we are labored, think, spent money, wasted a lot of time with our families, being alone, for people to drag this along, steal the ideas, and then go build a fake product and put it in the market first. That's not fair.
Yeah.
We should be the first to go to market when it comes to this. Because we started it first and we providing excellence till today, to the level of today's level of AI excellence. We're producing it. So we should be the first to go to market when it comes to AI in financial market. I understand the perception is still very shaky. I understand that. I spoke
Mm-hmm.
with a financial advisor during the security line yesterday when I was going to Morocco. Those people were going to Toronto. They
Mm-hmm.
were behind me. I was so briefly. And from the conversations, you can tell how the financial advisors are. They know. This guy knows. What's the term? They knows that at some point they cannot push back on AI and what AI can do when it comes to financial market.
Right.
So these questions were constantly asking me to reiterate how much is almost going to be irrelevant as a financial advisor if he doesn't adopt it. For some reason, I thought I took his number and I can't find it today. But the, the conversation is that where it's the perception of people. It's the perception of what we do today. If this product was exactly the way it is 8 years ago, nobody would look at it. This product in the next 5 years, everybody would want to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's similar, like you said, similar to ChatGPT. How when it first came out, everyone was pushing back. They didn't want anything to do with it, and now it's the most commonly used app in the world. So yeah. Okay, so
Oh, go ahead. Look, anything we said today, ignore everything I said. All I'm looking for is money that will get me from A to B. If you ask me when, right now, but also there's something significant you said that I agree. Your input will change. It's a major change. So a 0% of 100 billion is zero. I would rather give you 10% the type of change you're going to bring. But it has to be as immediate as possible. Because we need to go, we need to get going and not be waiting where by the time you're ready, we don't have a product.
right. So that's where that's leading me back to another question, and that's where I'm trying to understand, make sure we're on the same page about now is the okay. So I understand the 500,000. I understand it is urgent. Urgent. From your perspective. Um, but I will also say it's not like that's not to say you need 500,000 $500,000 in a week. That's not practical. Like that's not like I'm not saying it's not doable, but it's not practical. It's a lot. It's a lot of money even for most 99 out of 100 people, right? So my question to you is, yes, I understand you want it as quickly as possible, but what is your are you saying essentially my question to you is, are you saying that if I or someone I know does not invest $500,000 within a week, that our deal is no longer on the table? Is that, or what are you, so you see where I'm going, right? So where are you?
I see where you're going. What you're saying is the 500,000 will not be used and finished today. So why ask for 500,000 when that money is meant to be for 1 year? So that's what I was saying. We can split that into 4 quarters, right? Most important thing in that money is every cost to run the product, okay, and living expense will be in an account because those are costs for the next 4 months. Then any other thing that is there goes to the trading account. In that case, we're not going to be in a limbo where Microsoft is looking for a card to withdraw the money and they can't find it. Because we are spending $5,400, precisely 5419, approximately every month, straight directly to just Microsoft alone.
Okay, so I get. So you're saying the $500,000. Why would you need it up front if you need to split up into a year? You're saying we split it up into quarters. So essentially, what is that?
Yeah.
100, basically 125 or so.
125 covers up for all the costs needed for
first quarter.
That means some other thinking around paying the entire debt off. We can do the same thing, split everything by 4. So the money gets allocated to where it should go to.
Right.
Right. Everything we have here, we can split everything into 4, and that gives us if I do that, just give me a minute, let me.
That's not my question, though. I'm saying when
I
did
appreciate you thinking through this because you're trying to help. So I can hear from you. Thank you. And
Yeah, no problem.
I can get from this call.
Yeah.
I need the help. So if we split that into 4, the operating expense, we can have an account, put it on an account that has 16,000 plus. That goes for anything product OPEX. Then on the debt side, I can take the 26,000 and pay off the ones that are incurring the highest interest rate. Right. Especially the business one. The business one, surprisingly, is incurring about, I pay just $870 on interest. Oh my God. And I thought it was a 0% interest rate. So now we're paying $800 on just interest alone. Every month we pay 2,000 plus. And I'm looking at how much we are using it for. We don't even spend up to that amount. They block almost everything that card is need to use for. But yet, $2,000 goes on the account. So that's the first credit card that needs to even completely go. Let's remove it, make it 0. And the other ones we can keep the monthly payment going. Right? That's super. That means we're good to go. Within 4 months, I need to pay my Nigeria and South Africa expenses for the next 4 months. Nobody calls me for anything. Then I can be more focused. The trading account that reduces the trading to $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 per trade.
Yeah. One of the things that you mentioned earlier, in terms of essentially becoming a user of the product and generating revenue, right, from the product. One thing, and I don't know if you've already thought about this, a few different companies. So whether corporation, LLCs, whatever, and someone else's name to essentially show that show them as separate users or entities that are generating revenue from the product. So I know you said you becoming a user, but I think it'd be a good idea to either leverage someone else's company or create companies on our own in someone else's name or what have you, and have the profits or the revenue from from trading going to those accounts.
You're saying something you're saying one thing, but there's something else that you might be saying but don't know.
What do you mean?
I believe majority of my trades that I made in Dallas were highly manipulated. So my trades are monitored. The same way that I'm here, the reason unknown to me that a group of people must have said to make global intelligence monitor me 24 hours. It's the same way they monitor my trades. But what you're saying also is that goes into another account and it's not tied to my name. It becomes almost like a separate entity.
Yeah, I'm saying creating separate entities or either. Yeah.
I like that idea. Yeah. I like that idea. In fact, I was even thinking it as a hedge fund or wealth management entity.
Yeah.
It was recently, with this idea, I did open the trading neurons. But the problem is that it's still tied to me.
Mm-hmm.
But about it, somebody who is committed and is saying, okay, how about I give you, and I'm still open to that. In fact, I'm open to when somebody says I give you $1 million, and you are trading, you are employed to trade, but your name is not on the account. You're being paid to manage that account. On the other hand, if there is proceed, then profit can be split. So it's not me now; it is me and somebody or me or a group of people.
Right.
So I'm still open to that as well.
Okay.
Then I'm now working. I'm working for that entity. That entity pays. It's the same idea I'm trying to structure here, but more personal. But why I like that approach more, whatever trades done on that account is not tied to me. So if my account was manipulated illegally or for any form of unethical behavior, they won't do that to that type of account.
Right. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the same, so you.
I'm open to that. Yeah. I'm open
Yeah.
to that.
So that's your, so your big, yeah, I understand your biggest concern is it not being tied to you.
Yeah.
And that, so I understand, so I get that, but I'm also saying that's a concern too. But my point is that you are going back to the proof of concept. You're showing that the product, right, the predictions are generating revenue for other entities aside from Trinity Neurons, these other companies. And what happens when you do that is the company becomes much more attractive to both partners and VCs because you're showing that the company is generating revenue from these other entities, these other partners.
Look, I can. I'm have to be careful there because I'm okay to oversee someone else running it, not me. That person makes the trade and that person manages the account. Can use trading neurons, can use the chatbot, and can also consult with me when making us buying or selling, or they can use their judgment. Like the more we go that direction, the more I'm now a wealth manager. That's not my life. That's not what I want to do. Right? Because now once you start managing different account, I'm now a wealth manager. I'm more useful being an innovator.
Right, I understand that, Victor, but you mentioned for a in the short term being a user, right? So that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, this one that I have here, it's manageable because it's still one account. The risk is still tied to me. So if I'm not if in a manipulated scenario, it's easier because they can manipulate things because it's tied to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still bottom to top approach. Where you're going is that you are now having more accounts where I'm still accountable and responsible, which is a lot more slitted, divided mind. Remember, one of the problems is emotional and psychological pain. Unless I'm going to write a code that automates that process, then I can do that. So we automate the process where we write a code that automatically buy and sell. Now I can manage an infrastructure that automates that kind of process, but not me physically managing the trades themselves.
I could do that.
But you can manage the trade yourself?
Well, yeah, I mean, so if I have access,
Okay.
do you see what I'm saying? So if I have access to, if I have access to the product, right, and you can in that way I can execute the trades obviously using chat neurons, and I can go about doing it, creating these separate entities myself and making sure that the profits are going to these other entities.
Sure.
Then that way you're.
We can try.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So then that way you're no longer, it's not tied to you at that point.
We can strike a separate entity and make it a 50-50 equity base. So that entity is just a user of training neurons. And then if I get consulted to help facilitate any improvement that needs to be made when it comes to decision. But I'm still part of it. I'm open to that. I'm open to that. But at least I'm not the one accountable. I mean, my mind is not divided.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't. Yeah, you're not accountable in that way. I don't mind being accountable to.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to do that as part of this deal or something? Because it's something separate.
Well, to me, it's kind of separate. It's like a
Yeah, it's
separate thing.
completely separate. It's not kind of actually completely separate.
Yeah.
It's separate. Yeah. That becomes a user of the platform, right? We
Right.
make sure that entity is paying just like every entity pays for it.
Right.
And in that case now, what can we think? I know there's an API to connect to cryptos with revenue, but I'm not sure of the regulations. There's something today while I was in my stomach wobbling, I was thinking about it. I could just find a way to make the website, which are mind-blowing, watering returns. That's the return that scares people away. Actually, they don't believe it's possible.
Yeah. They're not gonna believe it until it happens.
They don't believe that if you actually generated that type of code.
We got the.
I have a different opinion on that, but that's not my major need. My major need now is how do I make sure that I can walk outside and breathing and I have a product worth billions of dollars and I'm able to pay my rent, no problems. But that's faster. But what you just said is something different. We proved that this is not a child's play.
Right.
When I said we were having 93.7% accuracy, they said, "Oh, prove it's not possible." I know Echoes, the guy from South Africa, it was like I need to see it. Okay, so I developed the accuracy dashboard. Oh wow, this is amazing. Oh well, it's a good proof. It shows that your machine learning models is working. I can see the numbers. But show me that it's actually working in the product. It's not proved enough.
The ROI.
Yeah. So when in the application started generating, putting the returns per trend days, showing the trend so you can see you come in here by the time you see this is the return. Oh now they said, oh it's not good enough. Show us like it's working. He did a video, opened an account where I didn't monitor it. That's the problem. I opened an account in August 27th and dedicated it 2 months to monitor what the return is. I'm actually have a video I can send it to you. In 2 months, the return was 20%. The $1 million became a million, 1.2 million. I still have the video. I can show you. I put the timestamp there. So now, somebody says they still want proof. Like, what proof are you looking for? I use a $400 to make $20,000. You still want proof. When people are talking like that, those are the same people who will be just happy to make sure we don't move from where we are. Because we are becoming a threat to what their perception think we were. And that's not fair.
Right, but it's just an obstacle. It's just a bump in the road. It's just something, it's just something that we can overcome. It's not.
I hear that, but I'm trying to say, what proof are you looking for? On a good day, we've already proved enough. Any other proof again is, but I'm the only one that keeps on proving the idea of building the product is obstacle, and it makes me sick. Like, why would I spend so much time to scale it when I could have built this on my laptop? It didn't make sense to me. When I could have run this on my personal laptop and still be proofing it for myself, why would I have to scale it so that millions of people can use it? And then you want me to come back and prove it for myself? Like, it's not sensible to me. There's no point to have gone that level of scaling for more people to log in concurrently at the same time using it. It's the idea of market rising intelligence that doesn't exist today. So I choose the latter, I choose this direction. And we have to step back now. We have to step back and say, well, if you want to prove it, it's unfortunate. Just some dude from Nigeria found his way to America. Proud of it. Very proud of it. 10 years ago, I worked 10 years on scholarship. I remember how much did that bring to this country? $12,000, I think so.
Yeah.
To this country with almost nothing. Look at where we are. 10 years later, look at what we have built. That I came from this country, go to Europe, and walk into the country and feel free to do that. That's growth to me. That's growth, right? So, but we are slowly pushing it without really pushing it. When we start now forcing ourselves to push it, the original idea is lost, and that's really where I'm going. I don't want to lose the original idea. Why did I have to scale? I always have this example. In Atlanta, there was a year I made a $6,000 return. It was a tax return.
Mm-hmm.
So at that time, I had two savers. So immediately the money came into my account. I just drove into my car and I drove straight to, I forgot the name of this place. So, somewhere somewhere in Peachtree town, in Atlanta town. And I bought, the place is called Serverless Servers. They sell servers. And I bought 60-70% of the money I used to buy a new server. Why would I do that? Why would I buy another server? That $6,000 was enough for me to buy Robinhood. Or Robinhood at that time, probably $14. So it's the idea of democratizing intelligence. That's where I feel like I can make impact. Where the knowledge created distributes to a lot more people having access to it than just for me having access to it alone. But if it's just for me alone, there's no point to have built it to scale. I didn't need Microsoft to do that, right?
Right.
I can be like some of these professionals. The original options data we initially paid $2,000 for to Polygon. For an individual is $200. So why would I pay $2,000 to get options data when I could have just paid $200 for me alone? Like, I want you to think about the decisions. Like the decisions here clearly suggest that the product should touch more lives than me alone.
Yeah.
And part of the reasons why we have proven as much as we can prove. It's on our website, and the idea is so simple. I love a lady that's close to me in Lisbon. Their company, because they have a lot of financial fintech companies around our booths, because we're fintech. And this company lady was saying, "Oh God, he was telling another guy, I love this guy's idea." I know that I needed her to say it, but she got it. Because our idea is, if if you can measure the behavior of traders, then you can measure how they all buy and how they all sell, and you just calculate the start and end of the trade. The day it started becomes day one. The day it ends is the last day, and another trend starts. That is the fundamental principle. And if you go on our website, you click on returns, we are showing you if you bought at day one and sold at the end of the trend, this is your return you would have made. I'll take it one step further. That return is calculated as at the end of the day. So, on a situation where you should have sold, let me use the selling point. The market is changing direction now. Okay? So, on the situation where you would have sold, it calculates at the end of the day that the market really lost a lot for that stock before you sold. Whereas at the up, when we say buy, you bought when the price was still $100. By the time the market closed, the price is now 110. When we calculate, we are selling the price started at 110. So you see where I'm going? The point is, there are people or the companies that will connect with our APIs will get way more higher return than the returns we're showing on our website. Our website is calculated as at the end of the day. Once the day ends, we take that price. But in reality,
But that's not the full trend. That's not what they would have returned on the full trend. That's just we're just only showing the last day of the trend. Whereas they would have
There are two types of people here. The person who woke up at, right now, the person who woke up at 2:55, 2:53 p.m. today, and they see the market is going up for any reason, or they see the market is going down right now, they quickly sell. That person must have lost $10 compared to somebody who woke up around 10 o'clock when the market was going down. We already predicted Tesla should sell. Obviously, I'm talking about the short term because the long term will be most likely consistent. Sometimes the short term variation of the price does not affect the long term direction. That's why we're selling the long term as more for hedge funds and those institutions, so they have like 1 month. It's not risky like the way I trade it today. The moral of what I'm trying to say is, in an automated trade, you already have a signal hours before the market closed, so you are way ahead of time. I wish I could pick an example and show you. If you go on our website now, you will see. But while you're there, I want to pick an example live. I'll pick a product, a stock right now. Let's just pick. I'm looking for one that is day one. Okay, I'll take the one that is day 5. Let's take MU, okay?
Which one are we taking?
MU. This is perfect. So MU. Okay. So MU, let me just explain this to you. MU is on day 5, short term. Downward.
Okay.
Mid-term just started at day 1. Next 3 months, you've been saying that MU will go down since 53 days ago. Now, take these numbers per day. Let's look at it from every 5 minutes. Okay? I mentioned that the mid-term started today.
Yeah.
Okay? The first downward signal that MU was going to go down, that time the price was 205. So if you sold at this time, let's say you sold at this time 205, the price right now, how much is MU? Roughly 205. Maybe that's not the proper example. Okay, let's use the one with the trade the 5. Okay, I'll do. See the short term. The short term says when the market open, MU is 229. But they were saying MU will go down when the market open.
Okay.
Follow me, right? Okay.
Okay.
Right now, we have predicted a lot of predictions, roughly 50 predictions so far, because we predict every 5 minutes for MU. And all the predictions short term, you say MU is going to go down. Right now, the price is 205. So if you compare when the first prediction occurred, and you sold at that 229, well, let's say you sold one bar after 227, you have saved roughly $22 right now. Because right now the price is 205.
Mm-hmm.
Take that same person, if the person woke up right now, they are selling at 205, but they've lost $32. You see what I'm saying? Now,
yeah.
Let's assume the market closed at this rate, 205. We are calculating that between when a trend starts and when a trend ends, you produce, on the downward side, you produce you sold earlier. Let's use that word, you sold earlier. But at the end of the day, the market closed at 205. So you should have sold way more earlier than you sold. So the return you got is not compared to when you sold.
Right. Because you're late.
You're slightly late.
Mm-hmm.
Not really late. The point I'm trying to make is that when we automate this trade, selling earlier, because it's automated, you get the signal quickly for yourself. But if somebody did not automate it and they are looking at the trade themselves, it depends on what time of the day they look at the trade that they sold. And that's also applicable on the buy. You with me? When you go to our return is calculated to see if the end of the day, not really when the first prediction for that day occurred. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like I lost you.
No, I'm listening.
Take your time and review the returns dashboard. And go to our website and click on returns.
What is the Trend Neurons AI? Returns.
Click on return.
Okay.
What do you see?
It's loading right now. Okay. So I see emerging trends, short term, midterm, next 3 months.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So if you got the top 10 of our predictions, cumulatively, the last 1 month, you would have made 488%.
The last 1 month for the top. Are you talking about this?
By default. By default, that's what it is. Top 10 last 1 month.
Okay.
That's yesterday night.
That's for the short term?
No, midterm.
Midterm. Okay.
Yeah, midterm 488. Is that what you see? 488.3.
Yes. Yeah. I see that.
Yes. So top 10 cumulatively is 488% the last 1 month. Do me a favor, click on the top 10. It will default to everything. So for the last 1 month, if you traded trending neurons 150 stocks in the US at an average of 19 days, you will be more than 1,000%.
Wow.
If you automate this trade, like this is the reason a lot of people don't understand what they're looking at here. Like this is not possible. There's a guy I met in New Jersey. It was a night. Some girl I went to visit in New Jersey, and then we went to a club. This guy works in New York Stock Exchange. And we're talking, and I opened my phone and I opened this page. It said, no, this is not possible. So this are type of numbers nobody talks about.
Yeah.
It's not possible. So this is unheard of, precisely. But these numbers is actually the reason is saying that these numbers is not possible. But it's possible with trading. Using the midterm model.
Yep, I see it.
That means she bought at the one. Actually, they don't have access to the product. The predictions is 100% accurate. It's 100%. I'm seeing the chart where you don't see it.
No, I see it. I see the 83.6%.
And this today started a new trend on the downside. So there's only 4 trends for AMU for the last 6 months. Only 4 trends. The first trend started May. And it lasted for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. On the 9th week, a new trend started on the downward side and lasted for 4 weeks. The third trend started, and this one was the longest until today. Today marks the beginning of a new trend. So picture this: if you had bought at 123 when the price was 123 August 11th, and sold today, and you sold right now. Okay? You sold, let's say you sold right now. Actually, this is a perfect way to explain what I'm saying. If you sold right now, you made between, let's say, 123 and 204. So roughly $80 upside. That's how much you made in terms of dollar between August and November. But the market is still not closed yet. So let's assuming that MU closes around $200. Can you see the difference between how much you would have made? So in an automated way, we told you sell with 5 minutes ago. So we told you to sell at 2:30. This is actually a perfect example of what I'm saying. I'm going to try and be slow so I can get you there. So I'm going to go back to the 5 minutes predictions. And when was the first time there was a sell signal on the 1 month chart? The first time was 205. Okay, 205. Okay, 205. So that was the first time you sold. But you bought at 123. If the market closes for MU at 200, we're going to say you should have sold at 205, but you sold at 200. The difference is a lot more. It's a $5 difference.
Right.
Somebody who sold looking at the screen compared to somebody who automated their trades. That's the point I'm trying to make. That when you look at our returns, it's 1,000%. A company like Citadel, a company like Trading, any company that automates this trade will make a higher percentage than what you see on our website. That's the morale. Now I'm now slowly changing. This is why our predictions as a service becomes more critical. So our previous selling point for hedge funds and wealth managers were like it's a 0% infrastructure cost. You don't have to employ quant. You don't have to employ software engineers. They don't have to connect to Bloomberg to get data. But with this type of return, I don't think they would mind. They don't mind paying Quant to make sure they can hook our API directly to automating the trades. So they can hook it up with the platform they buy and sell. Because that means once we pick up a signal, their platform picks up the signal.
Right.
Like I'm starting to really, when I thought about this was the reason I went back to our model and increased the price, because there's a lot of value in this. Than for a company. So it depends on you as a company. If you are like, you don't have the money to build your own infrastructure, just pay for the front end and off you go. And we can build some alerts around that to control when you know when to buy or sell, right? Or you're constantly monitoring the market. I hope this was helpful because this wasn't the reason we had this conversation, but hopefully this was helpful.
No, that's definitely helpful to understand, the value that those large companies will be able to get, and how much more money they would make from leveraging the API. So that's helpful.
Okay.
So yeah, so I mean, I think we're what we discussed here. I think it makes sense. Um, I think it makes sense. The in terms of creating the separate entities, and me essentially becoming a user as well, and essentially taking over the trading for these separate entities. I can go ahead and start setting that up. Um, just kind of move forward with that. That's a separate thing from what we were originally talking about. But when you give me access, I can start doing that as well. And we can take that from there, and make sure we have regular touch points for that. What's going on there? The back to what we were originally talking about with my involvement in the company. The the 500,000 for 10%, and then the 20% when hitting the revenue mark of 2 million ARR. So I agree with both of those. In terms of the outcome itself, I think what we have to come to terms on is but I do want to come back to the 500,000. So splitting that up into quarters, all that kind of, like we've already talked about, that makes sense to me. I get that. It's not an issue. I think that what I'm trying to understand from you is, well, I'll just say it like this. So the 500. So what is your if I am going forward with getting this $500,000, how much? What is the deadline in your opinion, from your vantage point, to acquire the $500,000, or a quarter of it, if you will, the $125,000, if you want to. It doesn't matter.
When you asking that question like that's making me want to put you under pressure on you providing on something that is important, and that's something I really, because if you don't have it, you don't have it. I can call you till next year, you don't have it, right? So it has to come from you, and that's why I've taken my time to explain the need and even more detailed for every line item what is going to be used for, so you can understand from a place of relationship. This is all need based. It's needed. So I can give you time. What I can tell you is we're struggling. I just can't fathom.
I get that.
Yeah, it's a new territory. Every trip that I made sometimes I might have an idea of what I expected. Like the Europe trip, I was really expecting some help or a match with investors. In every move that I've made, there's some lot of losses. Yeah, I will spend some money. I am more. It pays me a lot to give people money, hoping they were going to help, and it turned out to be a disaster. I eventually had in a different form to get my brain in order, keeps my brain um, going. Because I'm now very certain. I know exactly who I am. I know I still even finally been able to bring up to exactly what I'm even capable of, right? But I know exactly who I am. So these trips they help me get my brain to a starting point. Okay. Like I woke up this morning, all my worries disappeared. I just like, oh my god. I looked at everywhere okay, where are we? I looked at all my accounts, I looked at all the debts, and it just occurred to me that this is not a lot of money. Because it only takes one person, like a conversation with you, to understand, and we're not going to worry about this problem again. Start worrying about a different problem. So, yeah, just to go straight to your question, as long as we are able to cover the basic needs for the first 4 months, because what I hear you say is that in less than 4 months, we should get a big partnership where you might not need the remaining part of the deal. So we could rather just say, okay, 0.5 for 4 months. So 2.5 for 825K for 4 months. That covers a complete 4 months expense. It's the same thing. But in that way, we have to restructure the deal where the outcome of the recurring revenue and these partnership deals now moves from 1 year to 4 months, which is what I was avoiding. I'm trying to make sure that we have money to cover the entire cost for 1 year for the platform, for myself, and for trading. But at the same time, we buy you time, and we buy us time because it doesn't have to even be you now. Because as things are unfolding, once one person brings the deal, everybody wins. So
Right.
we buy you time, and 1 year is enough. That's why I was budgeting for 1 year. If we have to do like a quarter, it means our target pushes to a quarter base. 3 months time.
Right.
So, but how much? When do you need it? Right, like today. Like,
Mm-hmm.
can you survive between now? Can you survive between now and end of the month? Something happened today that really got me excited. I'm going to say something that I wouldn't say, but I've not paid my rent. And I noticed, which is, again, it's a new territory for me. There's never a time in my adult life, and as long as I started working to make money from 15 years old, like I started hustling since I was 15.
Yeah.
And in my adult life, there's never a time I cannot pay for rent. Never a time. I'm not saying it for sympathy. Yeah, why would you have moved from Dallas if your rent was cheaper? I felt I was really being disturbed there, like extremely disturbed. It was not conducive. It's either they want to kill me or I was going to die in Dallas or I have to move. It was really bad. And I think there was a day I sat you down. I I spoke extensively while I was going through. You remember?
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
co-working
yeah,
space. Yeah.
yeah. So I'd rather move, and even though I have to pay more, and it's reduced, they still disturb me. And with all my trips, when I calculate all the effort, the organized effort, and the amount of spending made just to monitor me, that really gives you a good perspective of how powerful I am as a human being. So
To
now that
overcome.
I understand, now that I understand that, yeah, now that I understand that, is maybe the place is not a problem now, because it doesn't matter where I am. Let's deal with, let's deal with me. Let's deal with whatever. If it's a financial issue, let's deal with how we can slowly grow instead of traveling from A to B. Let's stay it. So my point is, whatever cost I can generate that covers the next couple of months rent, I like to be paid up front, and also cover in an account, maybe put some more money on our account, remove my ex credit card. I can't believe she does. She did that. That's still in my head. How on earth, I never knew she was going to be the person that was going to even get us to, yeah, we can even talk about the product again. I was losing my mind.
Mm.
Yeah. So, like,
Yeah.
some pick up her credit card, I even pay her more. In fact, I even like to give her some equity for what she did. And then at the same time, making sure we're good in the next 6 months or next 12 months. Pay almost all his debts. So we are more freer to produce. Only you have to be me to really understand the struggle that I'm struggling. How mentally it's difficult to produce, especially when you have to produce. You have to produce money, produce. And you're producing from an industry where psychological effect is one of the biggest problem of loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emotional traders lose money.
Emotional, it's one of the biggest. Like I was in that boat today, emotional, because these things are quick, and once you already execute, you can't take it back. Right? You're already in, you're in, and when these things are happening, things are quick. The mind has to be in a very stable place to make great decisions. And I'm hoping I can get to that space. And the only way to get to that space is to remove some of these debts that is dragging us behind. So, if you ask me when you need it, like, I won't give you time frame because it means like I'm imposing pressure. But if you call me and say, I got something for you tomorrow, you're now you go back to who you used to be. I used to tell you something. When we were in Dallas, I said, every time we talk, you always bring good luck. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So if you call me tomorrow and say, "Hey, I got something for you, good news," then you become the hero. You go back to who you were.
I'm no longer the hero now. I'm not the hero now. I used to be the hero. I have to get back to
Right now,
my old ways.
right now you've been wandering around. You got to get back to it.
Yeah.
Also, I would rather want to do like take money from you. Like people already do some relationship with. It's just more better because there's something there than just taking money from a random person. I've always had this concept that we don't need so much to make this big. We don't need to take money from the entire world to make this big.
Yeah.
And people will share with me, if they were in my shoes, you would be actually more prouder to have built this type of product that I built. Maybe that's the problem. And when I talk about it, it's a fact. I'm not even saying it might all truth. And I also knew that the help that I need is not a lot, even though I need a lot. Just mentally, money. But I needed to make the trip.
Mm.
Like every other credit card is maxed out. Everything. Only one credit card, Chase credit card. That's how bad things are. Let me actually.
Okay.
These were terrible. These were really bad when I had a 9 to 5, and that's why I do not want to get back there. Like, maybe I should look at a job. My mind will never get me there because I will get back to where I am. That's not the solution. Well, let me get back there. No, that's not the solution. It still wouldn't deal with what we are going now is the right place. My capacity is not enough to carry the product. The product capacity is bigger than my capacity. So even if I take another 9 to 5 job, I'm going back to where I came from. Still, we will end up in the same place with more debt, more problems, more no. So this approach, if I have to do it, if I've never had to beg for money, I have to do it in this case. In fact, somebody said some great founders are the ones who knows how to seek for funding. I did not pay attention to that statement, but I'm starting to pay attention to it.
The great founders seek funding, you said?
Yes, great founders know how to seek funding. That's one of their qualities. Yeah. So the idea of you can't beg for money, nobody's going to give you up. Especially in America. Obviously, you need to get a product that's valuable that can produce 10, 50 times the investment.
Right.
So, bro, please, if you ask me how fast do you need it? If I say my rent, this is something that just like really made my heart soft. Because usually I would have paid my rent. So what they did was they just accumulated this one and the next one. They say, okay, pay us December 1st. That really made my heart soft.
Okay. Well, one thing. Okay, so one thing. I have another question for you, Victor. So, about a month ago, right? You had mentioned to me that you were looking for about $50,000, $50,000 up to maybe about $100,000. It took me about 2 weeks to get back to you, but when I got back to you with what I felt like was a good solution, you said that you had already resolved that pain of the money that you were seeking.
Yes.
And so within 2 weeks you had resolved it, and then you were saying, well, you no longer need the help, and so on and so forth. So is this? I mean, do you see this pain, what you're going through, as something that is very short term, or something that is long term? Because I'm asking the question because, if I were to come back to you in 2 weeks and say, and I'm like, okay, I have the $500,000, based on experience, based on history, you would say, well, I've already resolved the pain I was going through, so I don't need it anymore. So where are you with that, from that standpoint?
In fact, you're giving me a definite answer to your question, your previous question. Because 2 weeks means 2 weeks means that I will be chased out of this apartment, but that's like in December already, right? So that may be too late. Sometimes when you provide help is when it's needed, not because it's provided, right? 2 weeks might be too long for our use case. So in your previous case, that time you mentioned, that was the same period that I made it. In fact, I made it $29,000 in less than 4 days from trading, right? So that period, all the costs, you can literally say we spend 18,000 based on the need, based on what we have here. We're spending 18,000, sitting around $69 monthly. So the entire amount of money went on all of this. But when you call me, I was trying to emphasize that you like if you coming in when if I was dead, I would be dead. So if I needed to eat today, if I don't eat in 12 this time, so that was where that was coming from. It didn't mean that I've left the cook. In fact, when the money came, I knew I've still not left the cook yet. It's
Right.
harder to take money, make trade, and you're constantly withdrawing to cover all these needs. And part of the reasons why I wanted to make sure this time, if there's proper funding, it's all going to accounts where once this vendors comes to collect their money, they collect it from that account, right? Because it's already paid for. It's a cost anyway. So we allocate the cost for it, great. And then what will get us off the book is a formal trading account so that there's revenue generation. We're generating revenue um, and not just cost. For me to generate revenue is I want to be in a lot more in a better. In fact, there was a time I was in a la la. I thought if I go to like a penthouse and sit there and just walk around and make trades, that would be better. But I started to see that I could still do it even here. I could do it here and not even live extremely luxury. So as long as my brain is in a good place,
Mm-hmm.
it's doable, very doable. I'm very confident with the 225K. I can double that times five by far. But I
Yeah.
don't want to keep on saying that because when I say that, it gets transferred to the wrong places. People who could provide help believe, no, you don't need help then. If you can do it yourself, why do you need help?
Right.
I don't want to sound that way. Sometimes maybe that's how I sound. Sometimes God will take I've lost everything here. Like if I really just evaluate my life in the last 4 years, I've lost everything building this. Everything.
Mm.
Everything. Everything. I lost everything. Instead of me to be crying, it just occurred to me because we are doing something extraordinary. The stories of people who did extraordinary things are not different from this story. They lost everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you read up on some of the most successful entrepreneurs, American entrepreneurs, um, like Sam Walton, Walmart, he failed. I don't even know how. I think they said 30 times in business before he succeeded. And a lot of those other successful entrepreneurs have similar stories. So um, yeah, it's definitely a journey, but a worthy journey. If you tell me that you need $500,000 and as soon as possible today, tomorrow, um, that's not really doable for me right now. So that's what I'm saying is like that would be not doable for myself. Now I can again I can talk to as many people as I can, but $500,000 24 hours is just not doable. So my question to you, I say that to ask you the question. So if that does that take the equity off the table, right? Because you said because again that's just too much pressure. Let's just be honest, right? That's I mean that ask is ridiculous, right? I understand that you need it, so I'm gonna do whatever I can, but it's not realistic is a better way to put it, right? It's just unrealistic. So so what I'm asking you is then with that being the case, does that change the deal that we're discussing right now in terms of the 10% equity? If I'm not able to give you the $500,000 tomorrow.
Yes, I hear where you're going, but let me just one last question. What about the quarterly one?
The quarterly one, um,
Because we
yeah,
could break it down for a 2.5, the quarterly one.
you said the 2.5.
Yep, 2.5% equity.
Oh, 2.5% equity for the upfront
Yeah,
quarterly.
yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, that one's a little bit different. So yeah, that could be, that may be a little bit more, that may be doable. Um, so, okay, so
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, that may be doable.
It
Um,
changes it changes the whole plan, but it, it's still it's still um, get the ball rolling, get the ball rolling. That doesn't solve all the problems we have in 1 year, but it gets the ball rolling, and we can still do things and adjust. But the product will not be offline, and we can still make some trades. Maybe not as we're planning to pay the company back, or but some things can still be done. We don't have that anyway today, so why would I not make good use of it? Even though it's not exactly the kind of thing, but going to be useful.
yeah,
I just feel like a 2.8, like you rather want to even like break it down. At least you already committed upfront. There's no pressure on the next quarter because you have time now, and anything can happen. So once that we're in the first 3 months, and you get a partnership deal like we discussed, everything just goes off the roof, and you're still vested in all the equities anyway.
right.
Yeah.
So the and I'll say this too. I think that what we're discussing now, I think that it is it makes more sense than what we've discussed previously.
Okay. Okay.
Certainly makes more sense. I'll say that. Um, I think that we are closer to
You're gonna make me
achieving.
smile a lot.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying you're gonna make me smile. You say closer. That, that the word closer gives you hope immediately. This
Yeah.
immediate hope. Yeah.
Um, from a business, I just think we're close to achieving some things. But I don't want to give false hope on the business side. So we'll not false hope. I don't want to overpromise anything. Um,
Right.
so, but I do think we're definitely a lot closer than things may seem right now.
Okay.
But how about this? So what what I like you to do is just to draft this
Mm-hmm.
up, similar to what I sent you, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and and then we can just take it from there. Draft it up and just email it to me, and then we can just take it from there.
Awesome. I will. It's already drafted, but not with the numbers that we discussed. But I will put something together and send to you. Review it. If I miss anything or it's still not clear, we can go back and forth until we good. But this has been a the fact that you even think about it, considering it, that is very very. Um, it's the feel of what I woke up with. Like things were not that bad. Like brain was trying to tell me. So I'm living it right. It's my life. I'm living it.
Right. Right.
Something switched. Something switched this morning.
Yeah.
I can't remember that, but you just said it again. So
But yeah, I always,
drafting a
yeah. I mean, but like I said, man, like I said when we first got on the call, uh, I've seen, I know things feel bad right now, but things could always be worse. You know, things can always get worse. You know, God forbid. So that's kind of, you know, what keeps me going, you know,
right,
and moving in moving forward is keeping that in the back of my mind, knowing that, right? Like I said earlier, you know, you're still here, right? I'm still here.
right,
We're still alive. We're still above ground. We still have breath. So things aren't as bad as they may seem. So
right, right, right. That's true. It's
yeah.
only when you're not, once you've not really been in a situation before, you look at your life like, oh, this is new, okay. So I don't know how to navigate it. The good news here is all this process in life has taught me to be very grit and mentally tough. And there's always a glimpse of hope somewhere.
Yeah.
Always. It's just going to be hanging there, even though I can't see it. That's what keeps me going. And that energy has to constantly be there. Else, it's easy for me to wander away. It's easy for me to grab a glass of whiskey and I've lost a full day and go to the porn side and watch porn the whole day. I've lost. So it's easy. It's so easy for the mind to really. Um, my mind has to be focused. Otherwise, it moves.
Yeah.
The transaction per second, trust me, is a lot. So,
Yeah. No,
so
that's real.
yeah, that's just a true life story.
Yeah,
So,
that's real.
so that's why I'm grateful overall that we're still talking about the idea, and there's something you say. That's why I always come back to you. Something you said when we're having a long conversation. I was in Lisbon, and you said what we really want to do is building a product. I made mention, oh, I don't even mind to exit for $1 billion. And then he said, no, that's not really what we want to do. That we really want to make this global sweet. And the more I realize that, the more we keep on just, because you're right, we're just almost there. Somehow, mind blowing.
Yeah. So yeah, bro, just you know, just go ahead and you can send that to me, and then with the other thing we discussed too, in terms of setting up those entities, you know, apart from your name, right? Like we talked about. You know, if you can send me like a log, send that.
When
Cool.
you're gonna set up, you want to set up on your name. You want to set it up as a. You want me to be part of it, or you want to run it yourself? Look, I'm not greedy. I'm just more grateful that because I know I see that entity as just one entity that will be benefactor, either if I'm part of it or not. Although if I'm part of it, obviously I see that's another income generation for me separately. So, but you make the decision on that. Then I will send you.
Okay.
I'll send you the latest stuff. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you. All right.
Amazing. Thanks so much. I'll send it to you today. I'll send it to you today.
Okay. All right.
Cheers, bro.
All right. Cheers, bro. All right. Very, very, very long conversation, but I think we made some progress today. I think we made some progress today on our negotiation, on our equity negotiation. Um, I, you know, his proposal, um, y'all heard it right, but basically, right, the proposal is 10% equity for a $500,000 investment. I told him straight up, I can't give him $500,000 tomorrow or whatever. Like I don't have it, right? So that's not, it's not gonna happen. But he's like, what about 2.5% equity for 125,000, right? Um, Now I don't have that either. Okay. Um, but so I don't have that either. But anyway, I'm stating what his proposal is right now. Basically, 10% equity for $500,000. $500,000 upfront investment. I get 10% equity. And then I get an additional 20% equity for hitting a for hitting $2 million in annual recurring revenue, right? Closing any partnership or partnerships, plural, that leads to $2 million in annual recurring revenue this year. And I get an additional 20% equity, so 30% equity in total for hitting those milestones. The first one is kind of out of the question. Is not kind of. The first one's out of the question. I don't have $125,000, much less $500,000. But hitting $2 million ARR, right, is much. It could happen a lot sooner than he may think, right? There is multiple people, right? I got multiple people I can talk to. I got multiple connections, people I can talk to that um, that can, any of those deals can lead to that $2 million ARR, right? So in other words, the $2 million ARR is a lot more doable. I feel like essentially any deal that we close for Turner Neurons could lead to $2 million or more. Right? That's not a lot of money for this product, what we're selling, right? So that's not a lot of revenue for this type of product. Um, so essentially, what I'm saying is like I feel like any deal I'm able to close will probably hit that mark. Okay. Um, and again, that would lead to an additional 20% equity. So 30% equity total in the company. That's more along the lines of what I was looking for. Now I know I originally asked him for 40, and the fact that he came back with 30, right? That's why I initially said 40, right? Because if I would have said 30 initially, then he would have came back with an offer, with a counter offer for 20, right? 15, 20. But that's why you start high so that you can always negotiate, and come down a little bit lower, right? Start high and agree to something so that you're able to agree to something a little bit lower. 30% equity is more like it. That's about what I honestly. That's kind of what I'm looking for in the company, which means he would keep 70% equity or what have you, or close to it. Whatever. It's still vast majority of the equity is what he would have. Um, that sounds a lot better. I don't know how else to put it. Right. That's a lot more appealing to me when considering where I think this company can go and how valuable it can be. Right. If we can get some of these marks done, if we can achieve some of these milestones we have. Um, so yeah, 30%. That's a lot more enticing to me. That's more like it. That's a co-founder level of equity in the company. So, um, that's not. But again, going back to the 500, I had to just go ahead and tell him straight up, it's not gonna happen. Don't even think that, because I didn't want him thinking that I can even come up with that type of money, right? Let's keep it a buck. Let's be honest, right? I don't have that type of money, not even close. But the $2 million ARR, as far as I'm concerned, that could come from a partnership with Benson, right? Phillips Company. It could, right? I don't want to say it will or whatever, but it could, right? Um, it could come, Alex has connections throughout, the whole finance industry or whatnot. Like Alex may know somebody who um, is ready to buy this, right? Is ready to, is interested and could become a potential buyer, right? That so a deal could come through basically through Alex, right? Um, and then there's a few advisors I know, wealth advisors I know, where a deal could come through, could come from one of them, right? We could come reach an agreement with one of them. In fact, one of them I was supposed to follow up with a week ago. I had set a reminder and everything, so I need to follow up with him because he said he was going to talk to some of his advisor friends, right? Some of his colleagues. So I say all that to say my point being again, hitting the $2 million ARR, annual recurring revenue, that could come from like I got a few different, it can come from any direction. I got several, different, different connections that, where that 2 million ARR could come from, right? And it could also just come from me prospecting, right? Doing my outbound prospecting, doing reaching out and all that kind of stuff. It could come from there too. Okay. Just simply, cold outreach, basically. So, yeah. But I wanted him to just go ahead and just draft whatever, we've discussed here, draft this proposal, send it to me so I can, I can have it in black and white and read it, right? And then we can just take it from there. Because what he said, it's that sounds. If I'm being honest, now the 500,000 and the 125, that part we're gonna have to. I don't know about all that. But the other parts of his deal, like I said, the 20% for hitting $2 million ARR, that's a lot more realistic. You know what I mean? So um, we're gonna see, man. Now, unfortunately, I've done a lot of talking today, a lot more than I like to. You already know what the fuck's going on, man. You already know what we need to be doing, which is, applying for these jobs and stuff. Luckily, that's what I'm about to do for the next 2.5 hours or some shit. I'm about to do that for the foreseeable future. For the next couple hours, where I have to go to this networking event. I'm actually gonna be joining on Zoom today, so I don't have to physically go into the city today. But again, man, where we had left off before that was 10 with 40% commission on any deals I close. Right, so 10% equity and 40% commissions is a lot different, right, than 30% equity, right? Those are two completely different things, right? Um, so, and sales commission, I'm not interested in. I'm interested in sales commission when it comes to a job, right? So that I'm looking very closely at that when I'm applying for these jobs. But for a company that I have like significant equity in and that I'm trying to be co-founder in, I have no interest in commission. I need the equity, right? I need ownership. So, you know what I'm saying? That's where we are. I've also tried to explain to him before, and I guess when you don't know, you don't know. But when it comes to he basically asking for a $500,000 loan, right? Because no VC or angel investors is going to give you 500 give me $500,000 up front, right? It's just not going to happen, right? They want to see revenue, right? That's what gets a VC's attention. That's what gets an angel investor's attention, right? Is the company generating revenue. When the company generates revenue, is when we can raise capital, right? Then and only then we can raise capital. That's just how it goes. So I say that to say, again, that's why I'm interested in this deal that he's talking about now, because I believe that before I would be able to loan him $500,000 or whatever, I feel like I could close a deal before I would be able to loan him $500,000. Right? I just didn't want to necessarily put it that way when I was talking to him, so that's why I was like, because then it's almost like, to me, it almost makes it seem like it could give false hope, basically, right? It could give him false hope, and like it could be a situation where I overpromise and under deliver. But I do feel confident that I can do it. I just didn't want to say it. I feel like it's much more likely that I could close a deal for $2 million in annual recurring revenue or higher before I would be able to loan him 125,000, much less $500,000, right? So anyway, that's where we are. Um, but again, the deal that he laid out today, much, much, much more attractive than 10% equity when I would be doing co-founder type of work, right? Like it didn't make any sense. Um, so yeah, man, we'll see what we can do, man. If we can get a little bit, we can get closer. We getting closer. I'll put it that way. We're definitely getting closer. I can't argue that. We're getting closer to agreeing on terms. I just realized, bro, I need to go to the store. I need to go to the store and get some more cod. I forgot I only bought a pound, and I probably need to do that now. Damn, bro. If I do that, I'm probably not gonna be able to apply for jobs today, bro. It might have to. I've already been streaming for almost 4 hours. I'm gonna stream a little bit longer to do what the main thing I said I was gonna be doing anyway. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so yeah, let me share my screen, and we're gonna at least put a few more applications in um, before we dip. This is what y'all saw me looking at this earlier from neurons. Bro, I do not remember seeing. Hmm. Oops. Enterprise account executive. I'm gonna save this one because I see Morehouse alum is there. Right now, I'm not seeing any good quote unquote good jobs to apply to. Yeah, I don't have time to go out there to the grocery store, bro. I guess I'll just Hold on, y'all. I got a little distracted for a second. Hold up. Bro, I just realized I got honey all over my hoodie. Do better, Miles. y'all know the boy be getting a little distracted, bro. We be having all types of stuff going on. But we back. Um, yeah, this ain't gonna work. No, bro. I've applied for a lot of jobs at this point, but this ain't really gonna work either. But whatever. Just to continue to, you know what I'm saying? Move forward, right? Just that motion. We gotta do. We gotta do. Even if it ain't much, right? We need to have some. I'm gonna call my dad. He don't be answering the phone no more, man. So it causes me to naturally have to, worry about him because he just.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person.
Yeah, I saw earlier in the week, or yeah, earlier in the week, how he was tripping. I don't know if they have. I know I said I was gonna do a lot, put in a lot of applications, but today and tomorrow. But we put in so many applications now that it's time to just like uh to just kind of switch it up. I know this is with Field Post, so I work with her tomorrow. I mean, I meet with her tomorrow. Rutu. Mm, yeah, we can have it tomorrow. I lied. We got Monday. So Monday at let me do one. All right. So I'm looking. Looks like I'll be speaking with her on Monday. So we got an interview tomorrow, and we got an interview on Monday, the one I just booked. So my guy that went to Morehouse, bro, he done left me on red. Both of them actually. So I don't know what's up with that, but that's where we are. Jarvis too. Well, damn. No, just playing, bro. We don't take it personal. I'm just talking shit. Any questions? When you're doing all that, just keep it a bean. I don't care. I'm not doing all that. Mm, 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 mm. Bro, I applied for so many jobs yesterday. I feel like I don't got it today, man. I feel like I job applicate. I'm just out of it, bro. I applied for so many jobs yesterday. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Yeah. It don't make no sense, young boy. It make no sense. It make no sense, young boy. All these diamond dancing on my fucking neck cost like 4 bricks. Then on that strap don't make no sense. He a million dollar nigga will be posted in the brick and don't make no sense. It make no sense, young boy. Young boy. Man. I was talking to one of my friends yesterday. She was like, it's not about getting interviews. She's like, a lot of people can get interviews. It's about getting the offer, right? So we've been, I feel like we've been doing a decent job getting some interviews, but that ain't enough. We can't get excited from getting an interview. We gotta get offers. We gotta have offers start coming in. they would need the resume, huh? There we go. No experience with cyber, bro. Yet. Yet. Y'all see what I mean. Let's see. I think I'm gonna let me count how many. Hold on, I'm gonna put maybe a couple more applications in, and I'm about to count how many. See if I can count how many applications I've put in over the past. I guess it's been about 2 weeks now. So we're about to count them. Count right now. I know it's at least 100. So what I'm gonna do is. No. Okay. Jobs, my jobs, applied. So I know it's been at least 80. So we can go. Alright, so that's 80 because it's 10 per page. I'm on the 8th page, so that's 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 40, 150 in a week, 160, 170, 80, okay, 190, 200, 210, 218 just through LinkedIn, but there's been probably about 40 to I'd say anywhere between 30 and 50 that I applied to that weren't on LinkedIn. Like LinkedIn can't track it because I applied on the employer's website. So probably um, like 250 or whatever over the past couple weeks. That's not good enough, but that's still a lot of applications. I don't like applying via Workday. Oh, let me do this third. called what again? Runway. Project County Executive. Boom. Let's see. Mm, 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 Yeah, so as opposed to like me continuing to just apply for all these companies, bro, we're gonna really start to lean on networking next week. This is the last week of me doing just putting in a bunch of applications. That shit is not really working. We got a couple interviews, but that's not enough. It's not enough. Few solid bitches left, but it's not enough. You don't know all that. That really, I didn't know that. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
I don't know if you saw my email. I wanted to confirm that you saw it.
Give me one second. Did you send it to the Trend Neurons email?
I sent it to Lilith. I just picked one.
Okay. Yeah, you can just send it to the
You know what?
yeah, Trend Neurons email.
Okay. I'll send it now.
Okay, and that should see it.
I'll send it then. I'll call you back now.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. I got enough jobs saved now. It's like, all right. Bro, TikTok be frying me sometimes, bro. That should be so funny sometimes. Everybody got jokes, boy. That's where Oracle always got some type of job opening, boy. They stay with job openings. That's how you know a company just swimming in money. Like they always looking to pay, looking to hire somebody. Even from I remember from back when I was looking for a job some years back, man, they just hello.
You got it right?
I'm checking now.
Okay.
I did not. You sent to Trending Neurons, right?
Yeah, it's there.
Oh no, it's saying to check. For some reason, it's asking me to sign in. I guess it signed me out for a second. So I probably got. Let me sign back in. It
Okay.
signed out. It signed out for some reason. Okay, yep, I got it.
Yeah, okay, awesome.
All right, cool, man.
Just let me know. Let me know what you think.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All right, no problem. Bye. Um, so got another rejection letter for one of my job applications. That's okay though. Like I said, we're gonna get what we want. You can believe that. I told you what I wanted earlier on stream. Any job that is Oracle. I remember back in the day, like I said, like what, 4 years ago now? Almost 4 years ago when I interviewed with Oracle. Would have gotten offered, changed, whatever, like where I am now or whatever, just because Oracle's a more, it's a well-known, like large, super large, established company. You just never know. Like I said, I got something for him, bro. Don't worry. We're gonna make sure this process doesn't take me forever in a day to get again, quote unquote, good job that pays me well and whatnot. We're gonna be just fine. MongoDB. I remember MongoDB. No. All right. I was going dark on it. Let's see. Do a couple more. All right, y'all. That is enough of the um, applying for now. Probably put in a few more applications later, but that's enough for now. Interesting day today. Um, obviously spent a good portion of the day, you know, um, talking to Victor, trying to come to terms on, equity and training neurons. Um, sent the um, sent the design, obviously sent the design link over to Gerald, our website client for the website agency, for him to look that over, see what he thinks, see, if he got any feedback for us, we'll make those changes. If not, like I told you earlier, we'll move forward on development. So that's where we are with that. Sports agency side, still got to get in touch with Ricky. I don't know what he's got going on, because he's been saying his phone has been, or his notifications have been on silent for like 2 days now. So I don't know what he's got going on, but I need to connect with him about, the idea I had, the idea I told y'all earlier, um, basically leveraging his relationships with brands, and a couple of and then leveraging the relationships that I have on the sports side to create an NIL deal. That'd be my first one. So I don't know what he's got going on, man. Might have to call him or something. I don't know, but yeah, that's where we are right now. On the sports with the sports agency, and then obviously, as y'all just saw, man, we just heads down applying for jobs. I think so far, obviously we've had literally a couple recruiters reach out over the past week. I think it's been like 3 or 4 now. But as Kendrick Lamar would say, it's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough. Couple bitches that are really stepped, but it's not enough. It's not enough, man. So we gotta really up our game when it comes to. We need to have more recruiters reaching out. So I'm gonna make some adjustments, right? I'm gonna make some changes to the resume and LinkedIn profile, all that stuff, so we can really get that jumping as we head into December and the end of the year. That's got to be, I feel like I need to be going on at least an interview a day, honestly. I need to be having about 5 interviews a week, like, Monday through Friday, at least 1 interview a day. And we ain't there. It's been like, what, 2 interviews a week or whatever so far. So, like I said, we'll make those adjustments to the resume, LinkedIn profile. We'll do whatever's necessary, to be honest, to make sure that we aren't only moving forward in the process, but like I said, we're getting those regular interviews, and have some employers that's really, going to be ready to pay us. So, what we trying to get paid. So anyway, that's what I have for today, and I'll be back tomorrow. Same thing. So until then, I'll catch up with y'all.